Good morning and welcome to World Ocean Day for Schools 2023. I am so excited to be kicking off the day with you all and helping you celebrate our amazing blue planet on this special day. My name is Inka Cresswell. I'm a wildlife filmmaker and marine biologist, and I work with scientists all around the world to bring some of our ocean's most incredible stories to the big screens, so that all of you at home can also share in the incredible wonders that our oceans have to hold. You might be wondering where in the world we are. This year, for the first time, World Ocean Day for Schools has a home. We are at The Wave in Bristol in the southwest of England. Creating opportunities for people to access blue spaces are one of the main goals here at The Wave. We know that being on, around or in the water is amazing for your well-being, mental health and happiness. So if you live in an urban space or city, finding somewhere like this can be an incredible way for you to also access blue spaces. Throughout the day, the team at The Wave are going to be teaching students from 3 different schools how to surf, and we're also going to be hosting workshops on how they can protect our oceans. Did you know we're also hosting a World Ocean Day for Schools event in Lisbon, Portugal today? Let me hand you over to João so he can tell you more.
Thanks, Inka. Hi from beautiful sunny Portugal. My name is João Macedo. I'm a league big wave surfer and ocean activist. My work at Hope Zones Foundation and the Save the Waves Coalition is all about helping the surfing community contribute more to global and local coastal conservation programs. My specific work here in Sintra, close to the westernmost tip of Europe, is all about more marine protected areas existing. My other location where I focus a lot of my energy and has been such an important part of my career as a big wave surfer is where the biggest waves in the world are, world-known Nazaré. In Nazaré, this location has given me so much joy, adrenaline, but a lot of gratitude. But as all ocean lovers, we can all give back, and this is what this is all about. Let's check out some amazing activities that we're gonna have here in Portugal, because we have some superhumans dedicated to ocean conservation out here. We're gonna have the Wave by Wave crew, and we're gonna have Lizzie Art also showing a lot of her magic. So stay tuned, hang in there, and be ready for an amazing World Ocean Day. Happy World Ocean Day. You!
The theme for World Ocean Day for Schools is family. It inspires us to think about the ocean in a different way, because we all have the same love, connection and respect for family as we should for the ocean. Because really, we're all a part of the same family. It's what connects us all. Let's watch a video to find out more.
The ocean is family. We are all interconnected. We are not separate from nature, but many people still live as if nature is simply a resource for us to use. What they don't understand is that what happens to nature happens to us. Remembering our connection helps us make better decisions and feel a deep sense of belonging in the world. Everything and everyone has a value. We are all members of Earth's community. Indigenous people around the world have always been in deep relationship with nature, knowing it to be a living entity worthy of its own rights that must be protected. We can now stand up for climate justice. Many of the communities who are most at risk from climate change are those who are the least to blame for the problem. We are all crew, living on spaceship Earth, and our job is to maintain and protect all living systems on this amazing planet. Every single one of us has a role to play. Ocean is family. We take care of each other.
Want to know how you can start taking care of our ocean? We've got 5 lessons planned throughout the day and Q&As. We kick off at 9:30 a.m. with an epic PE lesson, Surf Fit, with Pazzy Pongo from Ocean Conservation Trust, live from the National Marine Aquarium. Then at 10 a.m, join our friends at the Marine Conservation Society at the beach for pupil-powered science. At 10:45, we'll head down to London Zoo to meet the team at Common Seas to learn more about our incredible ocean, all the ways we can protect it. Watch out for some cheeky penguins in this one. Then, at 11:45, we'll be joining the Marine Stewardship Council to explore all the different types of jobs that you can do that help take care of our oceans. And last, but by no means least, at 1:30 p.m, we'll be heading to the south coast to join the Blue Marine Foundation at their incredible Solan Oyster Restoration Project to learn more about how we can rewild the sea. Plus, we've got 3 amazing activities for you to do. Head outside and learn how to find your blue sit spot, understand how to spark good conversations about the ocean in your local community, and take part in some artivism, making posters about our theme, Ocean is Family. And you'll get to meet 10 amazing youth ocean advocates from around the world who've been busy making short films for you all about their blue spaces. And if you haven't already, make sure you add your local blue space to our map. At the end of the day, we have a load of incredible films for you all to watch. You can find this and everything else that you need for World Ocean Day for Schools on our website, www.worldoceanday.school. And before I go, I want to say a huge thank you to all of our partners for making this World Ocean Day the best yet. And I hope you all have an incredible World Ocean Day.
Hi, my name's Pazzy Pongo and we're at the Ocean Conservation Trust at the National Marine Aquarium. What we're going to do today on World Oceans Day is warm up, getting ready to going surfing. Warm-ups are really important because they allow our body to get ready for surfing, they avoid injuries, and also it helps us mentally prepare for what we're about to do. So get ready. What we're firstly going to do is watch a video of surfing so we know what we're preparing our bodies to do. You can see what we're going to do. We need to be loose and warm in our bodies to prepare ourselves for what we're going to do. So we're going to start at our feet and then we're going to work our way up to our heads. So to start off with, we're going to put our feet together, standing upright like a pencil, and we're just going to put one foot forward and then come down, and we're going to do this 10 times. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. That's our legs warmed up. Now what we need to think about when we saw the surfer on the wave is thinking about starting to warm up our hips. So what we're going to do is just lift our legs up, out to the side and back down again. So we're going to do that 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Well done, Freddie. Okay, now this one takes a bit of balance. So do you remember, we're going to stand on one foot, and what we're going to do is draw circles in front of us. And if it helps to keep your balance, then we can put our hands out. We're going to go opposite direction than we were. Okay, swapping legs. Right, drawing pizzas on the floor. Everybody getting ready to surf. Okay. Next one that we're going to do is we're going to get our hips ready. So we're just going to do like hula hoop motions. So we're going round and around and around. Good. And then we'll go back round the other way. Perfect. Good skills. Okay. And remember, when we saw the surfer on the video, he was doing lots of this, wasn't he? So what we're going to do is we're just going to come down, bend our knees slightly, and we're just going to start rotating, turning our bodies, getting everything ready. This is the best one, Freddie. Perfect. Over your shoulder, looking behind you, looking into the fish tank. So now we've done some general warm-ups, what we're going to do is some static warm-ups. So static stretches, that means stretches where we're not moving. And then we're going to do some moving stretches, which are dynamic stretches. But to start off with, we're just going to sit down onto the floor. Toes out in front of you, nice straight back. What we're going to try and do is reach down as far as we can and touch our toes. So we're going to hold that there for 10 seconds. It's got to be static. It's got to be really nice and strong. We don't want any bouncing. Belle, you're doing a great job there. Your head's on your knees. Excellent. Okay, so that's warmed up the bottom of our legs. Next one we're going to do, staying in a seated position is we're just going to bring our right leg up, put it over your left leg. You're going to put your left arm out, place it behind your right knee, and what we're going to try and do is turn and rotate as much as we possibly can, thinking back to that video of our surfer on the wave. He's doing lots of rotation and lots of compression, so we've got to really get those muscles warmed up so that when we go surfing, we don't injure ourselves and we can surf to the best of our abilities. So hold that one there for 10 seconds. We're going to do exactly the same on the opposite side. So nice straight back. You're going to take your left foot, put it over your right leg. So put this one down straight. Perfect, that one goes over there. Yeah, then we're going to take this arm, we're going to place it behind there, and we're going to twist again. Holding it for 10 seconds. Twisting, twisting. Great. We're going to come back to the center. Arms out in front, legs out in front of us. Remember, we're going to spin round and we're going to be in our lying position. So it's like we're lying on our surfboards, yeah? We're thinking about catching our waves. But the first thing we need to do once we've caught our waves is get from this position to a standing position. So what we're going to try and do is just bring ourselves up gently, stretching our backs. We're like cobras, aren't we? Getting ready. So we're going to hold that there for 10 seconds. Perfect. Right, and we're going to gently come up to our feet. Next one, we're going to put our right arm out in front of us. We're going to point our thumbs down. There's a shaka. You can put a shaka in there if you want. Perfect. So our thumbs are pointing downwards. We're going to bring that over our bodies and then try and lock that in. So we're stretching our shoulders, getting ready for all of that paddling that we're going to be doing and that rotating. Right, we're going to hold that there for 10 seconds and then we're going to do the same on the opposite side. So left arm out, thumb pointing upwards, twist it down, and then, well done Kai, that's a good stretch. Good stretch. So we're holding that there for 10 seconds. Great. And now to continue warming up and moving our shoulders, we're going to take our right hand and just put it down our backs. Over the top of your head, and then we're going to take our left arm and see whether we can just push that shoulder down. It hurts. If it hurts, then don't do it. Don't push too hard. Just do it enough so your body's got enough movement. And then we're going to swap over, we'll take our left arm, put it down our back. Don't pull it too hard so it hurts. Perfect. Right, the next one we're going to do is just start rolling our shoulders, thinking about paddling. And then backwards. Perfect. And then the next one, we're going to start thinking about paddling, so we're going to get our arms moving. Perfect, like windmills, moving in the same direction, like we're swimming. And then we can maybe go backwards if you want. Backstroke. Backstroke. Perfect. And the last one that we want to warm up is we're going to lift our shoulders up to support our necks. We're going to just pull our heads back, looking up at the sky, hold that there. And then we're going to bring our chin onto our chest, looking down at the in the ground. Well done, Kai. Good effort. Then we're going to come up, bring our shoulders up. We're just going to put our heads to the left. Bring it back to the centre. Head to the right. Now we're going to move on and try and do some dynamic stretches. So these are stretches where we're actually moving through the whole stretch. So we're going to start by doing some squats. So standing with up like a pencil, feet about shoulder width apart. Yeah. Perfect. What we're going to do is just squat down and then come back up again. Kai? You want to squat down? Perfect. A turtle? Oh, it is a turtle. It's Friday. Hi, Friday. Okay, now we're going to carry it. We're going to squat down. Then we're going to get back up again. We're going to squat down. Then we're going to get back up again.
A shark.
A shark. Yeah, it's a shark.
What's his name?
Stuart, do you know his name?
His name is Junior.
Excellent. That was Junior.
Junior. Okay.
That's a long way. What's that called?
That's Eric.
Eric.
Then we're going to squat down. And we're going to get back up again.
He looks right at me.
Right, brilliant. So, next one, what we're going to do is just come down. So we're lying, pretending that we're on our surfboards, getting ready. And we're going to come up, put our feet through and stand up. So we're going to do 10 of those. That's 1, 2. Well done, Kai. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 3 more. 8, 9. Perfect. 1 more to go. 10. Brilliant. Well done. Now we're going to try and slightly out of breath. Is anybody else out of breath?
Me too.
You're out of breath as well. Whew. You're also out of breath. Okay. Well, that means that our heart's warming up. We're starting to warm up our muscles and we're getting ready to go surfing. Right. So the last one we're going to do in this set, in this group, do you remember we're going to lie on our bellies and we're going to pop into our surfing positions. So what we want to do is get our foot in between our hands. So it's going to come up. Yeah. Keeping your hands on the ground. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Oh, I'm out of breath now. I'm starting to warm up, getting ready to go surfing. Okay, so now we've been through all the exercises, we need to get ready for the gnarly finale. The only thing that we haven't done is warm up for our wipeout. When we fall off the surfboard, we're going to be under the water, so we have to hold our breath. So we're going to focus upon where we are, we're going to focus upon our breathing, and we're going to try and do some breath holds as well. So the gnarly finale, we're just going to sit down, legs crossed, feeling strong in our bodies because we've warmed up. We're just going to take some deep breaths in and out. Now, here comes the gnarly wipeout. So we're under the water, so we're just going to hold our breath for 5 seconds. We're going to do that twice, and we're going to make it longer and longer each time. So, wipeout's coming. Here it is, and for that whole time we were under the water in our wipeout. So that was 5 seconds. Do you think you could do it again?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go 5 seconds. So deep breath. Here comes the wipe out, go. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then up. We're back on the surface. Brilliant. So the next wave that we're going to wipe out on is bigger, and it's going to hold us under the water for slightly longer. So the last time was 5 seconds. This time we're going to try 10 seconds. So I'll count so you know how long we've got to go. So get ready for the wipe out. Here comes the wipe out. Wipe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're back on the surface. That was a gnarly wipe out. I told you it was a gnarly finale. Just give everyone, give us a second. We're going to do another 10-second one. Right, so we're paddling along, we're surfing, everyone's happy, everything's going okay, and then all of a sudden here comes a wipe out. So wipe out, 10 seconds. Just one. So this gives us time to think and focus our minds on what we're going to do. 8, 9, 10, back on the surface. Oh, that was a big wave, that was a bigger one. Everyone okay? Everyone all right? Everyone's still enjoying themselves? Okay, we're going to do one more gnarly wipe out, and this one's going to be 15 seconds. Do you think you can hold your breath for 15 seconds? Once for 20 seconds. We're going to try twice for 15 seconds. Right, so this is a really big wave. This is a really, really big wave. Right, so everybody's happy, we're imagining surfing, we're on a wave, and then the wipe out comes, and wipe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're back on the surface. Ah, we did it. We had a gnarly wipe out. So we've got one more wipe out to go through. Are you happy with that? Everyone can do 15 seconds. Okay. If anybody's feeling lightheaded, let me know. Is everyone okay? You're not feeling lightheaded?
Shark sleep.
Feeling good? He's doing a breath hold too. Okay, right, so we're surfing along and our wipe out comes and we've got 15 seconds. Here we go, wipe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Excellent. So we've warmed up our bodies, so we're ready to surf, we're ready to perform. We've warmed up our bodies so we don't get injuries, and also we've managed to warm up our minds so we're ready for what we're about to do. Hope everyone has a great World Oceans Day from the Ocean Conservation Trust, and everyone give the camera a shaka.
Hi, my name's Stephen and I work for the Marine Conservation Society, a UK charity fighting for a cleaner, better protected and healthier ocean, one that we can all enjoy. Now today I've taken you to one of my favourite local blue spaces, Sand Bay in Weston-super-Mare. Did you know that the ocean is a vital support system for our planet? 50% of the oxygen we breathe actually comes from marine plants and algae. So every second breath you take actually comes from the ocean. The ocean is integral to the water cycle, the same water cycle that provides us with fresh water to drink. So, the ocean actually provides us with two of the main things humans need to live: oxygen and water. Worldwide, the ocean provides us with a source of food and also medicines, and it's a source of income for many different people through tourism and through other adventures and recreational activities that they can do there. On top of all of these things, the ocean is a fantastic place for our health and our well-being. So if you come and visit a beach for the day and you build sand castles, play in the water, or even have some ice cream, you'll find that it makes you feel much more relaxed and happier. So, what can you do to help protect our ocean and make a difference? Join me and find out a little bit more about our citizen science projects and the variety of things you can do at the beach, from wildlife and seaweed sightings to fun-filled activities, even on a cloudy and rainy day like today. So there are lots of ways for you to get involved, ranging from as little as 5 minutes to spending an hour or so on the beach, so you can find an activity or a project that suits you. Our citizen science projects are available to anyone in the UK, so no matter who you are or where you live, you can take part and make a real difference. If you don't live in the UK, it's not a problem. Just find a local environmental organisation and see what they offer in order for you to get involved. So for nearly 30 years, the Marine Conservation Society has been coordinating beach cleans and litter recording to address the problems with marine litter. Another citizen science project is the Big Microplastic Survey. The microplastics are tiny bits of plastic that are usually less than 5 millimeters in size. And sometimes they're so small, you can't actually see them with the naked eye.
Most people don't think about ocean plastics as they put on a clothes wash, but if the makers of washing machines fitted filters, it would help stop tiny plastic fibres from synthetic clothes reaching the ocean. Without a filter, our machines can release over 700,000 microfibres into our sewage system with every wash. Across the UK, that means nearly 10 trillion each week. At the sewage treatment works, large debris is screened out and solids are separated from liquids. But the wastewater that's released into rivers and seas still contains millions of microplastics. These plastics often contain harmful chemicals or combine with toxins in seawater. And sea life of all sizes, from plankton to whales, ingest them, including the fish we eat. One study found that 63% of North Sea shrimp contain synthetic fibres. Built-in filters would stop trillions of plastic microfibres getting into the sea, into fish, and onto our dinner plates.
There are two types of microplastic. Primary microplastics, so these are plastics which are manufactured, and they include things like biobeads, microfiber, and these, nurdles. Nurdles are small, raw plastic pellets which are melted down and used to make almost all plastic products that you use. They're commonly found on our beaches, and once you know what they are, you will sadly find them everywhere. And then the rest of the secondary microplastics. So these are larger plastic pieces that have been broken down after being exposed to environmental conditions such as wave action and the sun. Microplastics have been found from the top of Mount Everest to the deepest depths of our ocean. Recent studies have shown that microplastics are one of the greatest threats to our seas, coasts and wildlife. At every stage of the food chain, marine life can mistake plastic for food. Ingestion of plastics can negatively impact feeding behaviour, growth, development, reproduction and lifespan. Microplastics can easily travel up food chains. They have and been found in the bodies of zooplankton, turtles, sharks and even us humans. Microplastics can also accumulate and carry toxic substances. So this means that harmful chemicals can be released into the marine environment, into the ecosystems, causing wider health problems. Another project is the Source to Sea Litter Quest. No matter where you live, you can help keep our ocean clean. Most of the litter that ends up on our beaches or in our ocean starts its life and its journey in villages, towns and cities miles away from the coast. For nearly 30 years, the Marine Conservation Society has been coordinating a beach cleaning and litter recording programme to address the problem of marine litter. Our beach cleans are a little bit different. We not only clean, but survey the litter found at the beach too. The data you collect from these cleans makes real positive change to our beaches and seas. Every lolly stick, lost toy or piece of plastic, we record it all. So all of this data that you collect can help us to answer a specific question, can help us to build scientific knowledge, and can also help us to influence policy and make change. So all of your data will actually lead to a better, more healthy and protected ocean. Another project involves wildlife sightings, so we want to hear about the wildlife you spot at the coast, especially marine turtles and jellyfish. Your sightings provide vital information about our ocean's inhabitants and contributes to scientific research which finds solutions to protect our ocean. Another project you can get involved with is the Big Seaweed Search. Together with the Natural History Museum, we team up with people across the country to take a closer look at seaweeds. So whether you live by the ocean or you only visit now and again, you can definitely get involved in the Big Seaweed Search. Our coast is home to an amazing variety of seaweeds. 650 different species live and grow around the UK. Discovering where and how they grow can tell us vital information about our climate. The more data we gather, the more knowledge and influence we have to fight for the future of our ocean. We offer step-to-step guides and have plenty of resources on our website to help you organise the perfect event. And our staff are always on hand to help deal with any questions that you may have.
Hey Stephen, nice to see you.
Hello, lovely to see you and happy Ocean Day.
Happy World Ocean Day. So I would love for you to just really quickly introduce yourself. I know that most people have been watching the amazing lessons, so they know a little bit about you, but can you tell us what your role is at Marine Conservation Society?
Yeah, so I am the Learning Officer at Marine Conservation Society. So I'm super lucky because I get to go out there and chat to all of you lovely people. I go to schools, I go to colleges, I even do work in the community. So it is a fantastic job and I get to share my passion for the ocean, which is just the dream job.
Amazing. So let's kick off with a couple of questions. My first question is, I'd love you to just give an explanation of what citizen science is. Like, what does that actually mean?
Sure. So citizen science is when members of the public, like all of you, work together with scientists, and they're actually there conducting that scientific research for the scientists. So it's really useful because more data can be collected over a larger area, and that data is super important because it can help you inspire behavior change in communities like the ones that you all live in. And it's fun to do as well.
Amazing. And how useful is it for an organization like Marine Conservation Society to get that data? So like if a school goes out and does one of your projects, what do you guys do with that data?
So it's super useful. So it really helps expand our scientific knowledge. To understand the natural world, we need data. So whether you go out there and you record how many items of litter, what species of jellyfish, how many jellyfish you found, the location, the type of seaweed, any of those projects I've just mentioned, all of that data comes back to us. And then we can use that data to analyze by scientists and use it then to for evidence in research studies and also in policy and change. So a lot of the data we gathered in the past from beach cleans actually helped to contribute to the charge for plastic bags. And that led to an overall reduction of 75% of plastic bags being found on beaches. So by charging for bags, the number of them being found as a marine litter item drastically reduced.
Wow. Okay. So that's real proof.
Super important.
Citizen science. Yeah. Citizen science really helps. And I think it's really cool because it makes you, I think if sometimes we can get a bit overwhelmed, especially with plastic pollution where we think we can't make a difference, but actually going out and doing beach cleans and getting involved in those kind of things like your wildlife sighting, your seaweed spotting, all that stuff is actually really, really useful to help you guys do the great work that you do and then influence policy. Another question that's come through, like how would a school get involved in a citizen science project with Marine Conservation Society?
That's a fantastic question. So, if you're UK based, you can have a look on our website. And if you scroll down below the video that you've just watched, you'll see I've actually put a series of links in. So, you can actually follow these links. Simply click on them, and that brings you directly to the landing page. You have a lot of resources on there. You have training videos in some cases as well, which is absolutely great. And then, if you feel like you need any further assistance or help, you can reach out, and there's contact details there too. So, use the website as your first port of call, and then thereafter, just contact one of us. We'll be more than happy to share all of that fantastic information on how you can get involved.
Amazing. And do you need any training to do citizen science? Like, do you need to be a scientist to do it?
No, no, not at all. And we really encourage you to get out there and have fun and just try your best. So we provide a series of ID sheets if you're looking for seaweeds or you're looking for jellyfish. So a little bit of knowledge is beneficial, but you can get that knowledge from spending 15, 20 minutes just on our website, having a look at the resources, and then you will be a scientific expert by the end. And then all of that data is verified and checked anyway. So don't worry about making the odd little mistake here and there. That's totally fine. It's just all about getting involved in your community, getting out there and making that real positive change for the ocean.
Amazing. I would love to know, what's your favorite citizen science project? Which is the one you're most excited to do?
Oh, that is a good question. So I am a proper seaweed geek. I love my seaweed. And in fact, I have a lovely pair of swim shorts that are covered in seaweed. So I would say it's the big seaweed search for me. I love pootling about in rock pools and trying to find really cool stuff. And seaweed is like the perfect microhabitat. So as well as the seaweed, there's loads of stuff living in the holdfast, which is the bit that anchors it to the rock. So it's just really exciting. So yeah, definitely big seaweed search for me. And that's the collaboration that we're doing with the Natural History Museum. So yeah, that would be the one that I'm most excited to get out there and do, particularly on a very sunny, beautiful day.
Yeah, amazing. And what happens if someone's not in the UK? Like, can they still do citizen science? If you're somewhere that maybe they can't get involved with one of your projects, is it still possible to do it?
Completely. So there'll be a variety of different organizations, charities, non-governmental organizations across the world that are doing fantastic work, just like us here in the UK with the Marine Conservation Society. So just have a look at your local charities. A quick Google can usually pull up a load of results, and then just see what they offer in terms of citizen science. And it's not even you have to get out there onto the beach, although that is really, really beneficial for your health and well-being, getting out there in the fresh air. But you can do a lot of stuff desk-based as well. So you can actually have a look at a series of pictures that have been taken by scientists of maybe nesting birds on a cliff, or quadrats, which is like a special scientific square that you put down and you record all the species in there. So you can do that, and you can do that online, and that's citizen science as well. So maybe if it's not a great day or you're not able to access a local beach, you can still get involved. So do have a look and see what is out there in your local area.
Amazing. And I think one of the things that we quite often find when we're talking to schools around World Ocean Day for Schools is that often schools who are not coastal, who are not by the sea, think that maybe they can't be ocean advocates. I'd love to hear what your thoughts is on that. Of like, can someone be an ocean advocate if they're not living by the sea?
So we like to think that there is one ocean. There are other ocean basins, but it's all connected. So we all, no matter where we are in the world, have a responsibility for our ocean. And you may not know this fact, but about 80% of the litter that ends up in the marine environment actually starts life inland. So it starts life in our villages, towns, and cities. So that's where you can really make that change and prevent it even getting to the coast in the first place. So one of our citizen science projects is called Source to Sea Litter Quest, and it is getting out into your green spaces in order to try and protect your blue spaces. So it's a case of going to your local park, even your playground at school, and recording 15 different types of litter there. So again, I'll direct you to our website. If you follow that link below, Source to Sea is there, and that is one of those ways in which you can actually make a difference. We're all connected to the ocean in some way, even if we think we're not, by our blue spaces, our rivers, streams, tributaries, estuaries. So you can make, and hopefully will make, a difference.
I love it. And one of the interesting things that if you go and do some citizen science somewhere outside in a blue space, is that you get that extra benefit of blue health and what's called blue health and all the benefits. And you talked a little bit about it in your lesson, but I'm wondering if you could share a little bit now of kind of what it means and why it feels so good to be by the sea. I feel like we all know it intrinsically, but I'd love to know a little bit more about it.
So there's such a wealth of information out there. And I'm currently reading a book at the minute called Blue Mind, and it's all about that. It's about how we have this connection to the ocean and how it can do things to calm. So it's a multi-sensory thing, isn't it? It's the sort of all of the senses are just fired at one time. For me, it reminds me of happy times as a child. I was very fortunate growing up to be able to have access to the coast in Northern Ireland. So it reminds me of those happier times, sort of those sunny Sundays spent eating ice cream on the beach and building sandcastles. So I think as I've become an adult, it's always been just part of who I am and my identity. But yeah, it's the smell, it's the sound of waves, it's just everything. You know, we're composed primarily of water, so it makes sense that water is a very big driving force for us. So that's kind of how I would sum it up, if that makes sense.
Amazing. I have a question from the YouTube chat, and someone is asking, doesn't seaweed generate oxygen underwater? So it sounded like you were a bit of a seaweed fan, so I'm hoping you can answer this question. Can you tell us more about some of those magic powers that seaweed has?
Yeah, so seaweed and our only marine flowering plant, which is seagrass, is super important in terms of our fight against climate change. So yeah, completely, it captures the carbon, stores the carbon through the process of photosynthesis, and it gives out all that beautiful oxygen. So we talked in the lesson about every 2 breaths you take, at least one of them comes from the ocean. So just over 50% of the oxygen that we all breathe and rely on day to day is essentially from the ocean. So they're super important for our health, for capturing carbon, and just for a habitat for all of those fantastic animals that call the ocean home.
Amazing. So I've got another question, but I don't know. Well, we'll see. So North Hinksey Primary School are asking, what's it like to be a marine biologist? Now, I don't know if you're a marine biologist or what you studied. So let's ask that question first.
Yeah.
What did you study to do the job that you're doing?
So I did study marine biology, and I studied it in the north of England. And I've worked in a variety of different careers, but it's always had education in the background because I just love to share my passion and enthusiasm for the ocean. So being a marine biologist is probably the best job in the world. I'm not going to lie. I absolutely love it. And I love the fact that my day job now means that I spend most of my time on a beach somewhere glorious. And even if it's not a good day, I still love it as well.
And what would you say for someone who is watching now and is thinking, do you know what, I would love when I grow up to have a job in the ocean? What would you say, maybe a couple of tips of like if someone wanted to pursue this as a career? So maybe they want to do what you do, work in marine biology and education. Maybe they want to work in another space within ocean conservation. What would be some good tips?
My number one tip would be get curious. So be curious about the natural world. That's what science is. We're trying to answer all of those questions. So everything that you see, start questioning what it is, how it works, how it feeds, what habitat it lives in. Try your best to do as much reading as you can. Books are an amazing resource, brilliant thing. And also all of those fantastic natural history programs. I'm very fortunate to be based in Bristol, and we have the BBC Natural History Unit here in the city. And the work they produce is absolutely stunning. So yeah, definitely get curious, get reading, get involved as well. Citizen science is the perfect way to build up your skill set and to give you an idea of what area of marine science you might potentially want to go in the future. You might want to be the same as me. You might want to study marine biology, but go into education. Or you might want to be out in the field, in the rain or in the sunshine, recording all of that species data. So yeah, use all of this time to kind of work exactly where you want to go. But get curious, get involved, volunteer, do citizen science, build up all of your skills and experience, and you will go far.
Amazing. I've got one last question. We're going to try and squeeze it in. So someone's asking, how long has Marine Conservation Society been doing this kind of work?
So it's nearly 30 years, actually. So we've made some really big changes in that time. And our beach cleans have been pivotal in trying to change policy. So the plastic bag charge that came in was through a lot of the citizen science work that's been undertaken. And in fact, we have something called the Great British Beach Clean, which is taking place this year in September. So that's the perfect opportunity if you're based in the UK to get involved. And all that information is on our website. It's the 15th to the 24th of September.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Stephen. It's been so cool
to
talk to you.
It's a great question. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, have an amazing rest of your World Ocean Day.
Thank you very much. Great chatting to you. Bye, everyone.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Inaaya, and I am a passionate advocate for helping to protect our oceans. Our oceans are incredible. It makes up to 97% of all water on Earth and over 70% of our planet's surface. It helps to support millions of people's livelihoods through food and jobs, and is home to hundreds of thousands of marine species, many of whom we could never live without. Today, I am at the London Zoo, a conservation zoo at the heart of London to celebrate World Ocean Day. Today, I'm joined by one of my favourite marine species, the humpback penguins, and by marine expert Jess Savage, a PhD student from the Institute of Zoology. Hi Jess, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm really looking forward to learning more about the oceans and why they are so important to us. So can you please tell me a little bit more about ZSL and your role here at the zoo?
Yeah, of course. So I'm a PhD researcher at the Institute of Zoology, which is the research branch of ZSL. And people may not actually know this, but the zoo is more than just a zoo. It's also a big conservation charity. And we work in 70 countries to protect endangered species. And the research branch of the zoo helps understand how these species interact with their environment, how they live alongside people. But also it could be things like looking at new diseases to understand how best to protect them.
So being part of the research team, you must find out so many interesting things about wildlife and the natural world. What is it that actually makes our oceans so special?
Yeah, the ocean is actually really important for us to survive as a species. Like you said earlier, lots of people depend on it for food, for income, but also, people may not know, but there's these tiny little species called phytoplankton, and they provide us with 50% of our oxygen that we breathe. And it also traps carbon, so it's very important for climate change. And just the fact that the ocean is just very cool. We don't know that much about it really. There's only 10% of it that's been explored. And studies have shown that it's really important for our well-being and our mental health. So just that alone should be why we protect it in the first place.
So you talked about ZSL and the work that you do to help protect species in the wild. Why do marine species actually need the help?
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges that marine species face, and plastic pollution is a really big one of them. We don't recycle much of our plastic, and a lot of it ends up into the ocean. It's been estimated that there's trillions of plastic particles in the ocean, and that's a huge amount. And they can enter the ocean via rivers, via waste flows, and they can impact marine species in lots of ways. So for example, species can entangle in plastic debris. They can also eat the plastic debris, and that could damage their digestive system. And plastic breaks down into these tiny, tiny little particles called microplastics, which you might have heard of in the news. They can also be eaten, and they can potentially leach toxic chemicals, and it's not really known what impacts that could have on lots of species. So my research focuses on the impacts of plastic pollution on manta rays specifically. So manta rays are a huge charismatic ray. They are amazing, but sadly they're also classified as vulnerable to extinction. And the way they feed is that they hoover up lots of water, and pick out their prey items out of it. And sadly, microplastic is exactly the same size as the prey that they feed on. So it has been shown recently that they ingest microplastic, but it's not really known what level of risk they're exposed to. And it's not actually really known what impacts it has either. So it's really important to understand that because they're so vulnerable to extinction. And lots of researchers are studying this on a whole variety of species and also the impacts on whole ecosystems to understand how plastic pollution could be mitigated in the future.
Thank you so much, Jess. What incredible research that was. However, it is so shocking to hear that animals like manta rays can easily get tangled up in plastic and maybe even swallow it. We have just had an amazing time at the London Zoo. Now we're here at London Zoo's local blue space, Regent's Canal. I'm joined by Sarah Duffy from Common Seas. So Sarah, can you tell me a little bit more about how Common Seas are trying to tackle the plastic crisis?
Absolutely. So Common Seas are an organisation working to keep plastic out of our rivers, waterways and our ocean. We do that by working with governments, working with businesses, working with schools to ultimately change the way that we make, use and dispose of plastic. We do this because we are a team of huge ocean lovers. All of us are absolutely obsessed with the sea, and you can tell why from the lovely introduction that we had from Inaaya and Jess earlier on today. It's such an important part of our lives. Here in London Zoo, we are hundreds of miles away from the ocean, but we're still connected to it by the Regent's Canal. The canal flows out to the River Thames, which then flows out into the sea and keeps us connected. And all of our blue spaces do a great job of connecting us to the ocean. And it's not just our blue spaces. Jess mentioned earlier that the ocean creates 50% of the oxygen that we breathe. This means that wherever we are in the world, we are always surrounded by ocean and it's always with us. Because we're all connected to the ocean, we all have a part to play in caring for it. You heard from Jess earlier a little bit about the problem of plastic in the ocean, but did you know that globally we're creating around 220 million tonnes of plastic waste each year, which is such a huge, huge amount. So why is plastic such a problem? Let's just take a second to think about any plastic that you've already used today. Maybe a toothbrush, maybe the clothes you're wearing, potentially even the chair you're sitting on right now. Just have a second to think, what plastic have you used in your life already? I've definitely already used plastic today. Plastic is actually an amazing material because it can be used for so many different things. But unfortunately, sometimes these things are things that are made to be used just once, maybe only for a few seconds, and then thrown away. Things we call single-use plastics. Maybe you have some of these in your school, things like water bottles, plastic cups and plates, maybe plastic packaging or yogurt pots from your lunchroom. If you do have these things, don't worry, because we have something that you can all do to help make a difference and reduce this waste in your school. Common Seas teamed up with Kids Against Plastic to create Plastic Clever Schools, a school award that you can use to help your school reduce the amount of plastic that you're creating for the long term. Already taking part in this and taking great action in her school is Inaaya, so she can do a much better job of introducing it. So I'll hand over her to tell you more about what you can do and how you can get involved.
Plastic Clever Schools aims to help you lead action at your school to make sure that our global oceans and your local environments are plastic free. The program has 3 stages to it: inspire, investigate and act, each of which is supported by loads of resources, lesson plans and tips from kids just like me. What better time to kickstart your journey than World Ocean Day? Taking part in World Ocean Day for Schools challenges definitely counts as you kicking off your journey with the very first challenge, the Inspire stage. I am joined by my brother Isa, and we are both students in a local school in London. We have both been on a mission to make our school plastic clever. So Isa, what have you been up to?
Well, in our local schools and in our environment, I've been going on loads of litter picks to ensure that our environment stays clean. Also, we've been gathering loads of information to make sure that we can share with future generations and our school.
So why do you think that becoming plastic clever is so important?
So on the way down to the beautiful canal, I've seen so much plastic, and it's not only that, plastic is everywhere, which leads me to the point of how important becoming plastic clever is. So being plastic clever is working together as a team to get rid of plastic entirely, even our lakes, oceans, rivers and waterways.
I completely agree. Now it's your turn. Run a litter pick at your school and send us a message on why you want to become plastic clever, and you will already have completed the very first stage of the challenge. So what are you waiting for? Together we can wave goodbye to single-use plastics. Sign up at plasticcleverschools.co.uk.
Hi, Inaaya. Happy World Ocean Day.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, excited that you can join us today. So thank you so much. I would love for you to introduce yourself and tell everyone a little bit more about who you are, where you're from, and what you do.
So my name is Inaaya Ijaz. I am 13 years old and I'm from London. I am the Chief Voice Officer for Kids Against Plastic, and I am a very passionate ocean advocate. So I love to protect my oceans, and the oceans are just so important to me.
I want to hear more about Chief Voice Officer because that sounds like the best gig ever. Tell me what that means. What do you do as Chief Voice Officer?
So as part of being the Chief Voice Officer, it basically stands for the CVO, and my role is to talk alongside Kids Against Plastic whenever they have, talks and speeches, and spread the word about making our lives more eco-friendly and more sustainable.
Amazing. So I've got a few questions for you here. I would love to know what's been your most favorite thing about helping your school become plastic clever?
Okay, so one day I was having lunch with some of my friends, Sia, Mariam, some of my friends at school, until I realized that most of them had single-use plastic bottles with them. And these single-use plastic water bottles were filled with, it was flavored water that was in those bottles. I looked around me and I realized that loads of people at my school also had these flavored water in these single-use plastic cups. At my school, I am part of the SLT team, which is the student leadership team. And that basically means that every week we have a meeting with our head teacher to talk about some of the things that we can do to help make our school a better place. So the very next meeting I had with my head teacher, Mr. Haynes, I decided to tell him about this plastic problem and why it was so important and why it needed to be changed immediately. So just a couple weeks later, I noticed at my school that there was no longer any of these flavored water in single-use plastic bottles, but we managed to find an alternative to it. So this flavored water was in these cardboard cartons instead, not only making our planet much more sustainable, more eco-friendly, but our school was a lot better as well. We saved a lot of money, and that made Mr. Haynes very happy indeed. So I think personally that the thing that made me, the plastic clever, making my school plastic clever, the thing that I really enjoyed about it was probably that.
Amazing. That's such a good story and such a good example of how one person can make a big difference. And that actually, sometimes when we see something happening around us that we're like, that doesn't seem right, all you need to do is speak to someone and do something about it, and you can make a really big change. So that's incredible. And I think what I love about Plastic Clever Schools is you guys have made it really, really easy for people to kind of start making those changes in their schools. So what advice would you have for someone who is kind of just at the beginning of their journey and they want to take on this challenge, they want to be able to speak up at their school? What would you say one of the best things is that they can do to get started?
So one of the first things that I did, like I said, was to speak to my head teacher. Mr. Haynes, my head teacher, was very, very supportive about my idea. So I think that the first thing that you can do is speak to your head teacher, let them know that this plastic issue is not okay and that something needs to be done about it immediately. So yeah, I definitely think that speaking to your head teacher about it is definitely a first place to go. After that, I would definitely say something to do with eco leaders, your eco club at school. If your school doesn't already have an eco club, definitely go up to your head teacher, let them know that we need to have an eco club so that we know what our actions have on the planet and what we can do to change our actions to make them more sustainable for our planet. If your school already does have an eco club, however, definitely go ahead, join it, spread the word about it, and I think that's a really great way to start off.
Amazing. I've got a question here that's coming on YouTube, which is a really interesting one. What was the hardest part of becoming a Plastic Clever School? What was the trickiest bit?
Okay, so I think that so my head teacher was definitely on board. However, there were a few teachers that didn't really understand the impact that was going on. So I think that the hardest part was trying to explain the impacts our actions have. Because obviously it is easy to understand once you kind of got it, but just getting into it can be a little bit hard. So trying to get people to understand me was definitely a little bit of a harder bit to do.
Amazing. Okay, another question come in. Do you use any technology to help you become plastic free?
Technology. Well, social media definitely is a good one. Using social media spreads the word. Personally, I think that by helping myself spread the word, I think that is really important that I become a role model. So by spreading the word on social media is a great way to start because I'm helping people understand some of the plastic issues and what they can do.
Amazing. And so we've got another question from someone who's not in the UK and they're very inspired by what you did. So they want to start so I know you said speaking to your head teacher, are there any other good starting points that someone could kick off if they're not in the UK?
In the UK, so I'm sure that there's litter picking is a great one that you can do wherever you are. So as we know, littering can have such a harmful impact on our planet. So if somebody were to litter, the wind can easily push it away and make it land in the ocean. And also there's loads of litter picking groups that you can join as well. There's going to be loads in every area you are in. So whether you're in the UK or not, it's a great thing to do. Get together with a small community, go for a little bit of a litter pick. I think that's a really nice thing to do, whether you're in the UK or whether you're not.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And I think what's really interesting is that there are, like you say, there are amazing groups all over the world doing incredible work. So it's very, very likely that wherever you live, you will be able to find someone who wants to join you. And if you can't find someone, then you get to be that person that kind of makes the change and gets things started. I want to go back to your story a little bit now, Inaaya. I would love to know, was there a particular moment that inspired you? I know you said about that moment in school with those bottles, but in regards to kind of how committed you are and all the amazing stuff you're doing, was there a moment where you're like, yeah, this is it, I'm really passionate about doing this work?
Yeah, so during lockdown, actually, the only place that you could really go was to the park and barely go a really short walk. But after I finished my schoolwork for a day, me and my family, we'd go right off to the park and we'd notice that people were having picnics at the park, which is totally okay, fine by me, because myself, I love having a picnic. However, a lot of the people left their plastic packaging, some of their extra, waste and all of that, they left it there on the grass. And because it was a park, we have it's so close to one of the rivers, and the wind can easily get it through. The wind can easily take all of that plastic and put it and dispose of it into the ocean. That basically means that animals that use the rivers as a habitat won't find it very, very happy because they will get stuck in the plastic and maybe even eat it. So a little bit after that, we were able to go straight to school. And when I went to school, I noticed that everything there was plastic. So we had single-use plastic cutlery, single-use plastic cups, and also the single-use plastic bottles, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. So yeah, I think that was like kind of the moment that kind of sparked and wanted me to spread the word, have my voice heard about, the plastic crisis.
Amazing. So, a juicy question up next. You don't have to name any names, but did anyone disagree with your mission to make your school plastic free? You said a couple of teachers. Was there anyone else?
Okay, so yes, still to this day, there are people. I would have to go with a lot of people at school because obviously flavored water was like one of their favorite things to have. And it's still there, but honestly, having that big of a change, like from plastic to cardboard, they still don't understand the change. And you do get people that aren't always, on your side for everything. But yeah, you kind of need to push through, try to let them know exactly why you're doing this, because obviously doing anything to help your planet is a good thing. So once they understand that, the people will definitely understand that as well. But yeah, there are still a couple people definitely at school, some of the people in my year that still aren't too happy about what I've done. But yeah, I'm sure that by pushing it forward, they will definitely be on my side soon.
Yeah, I love that. I've got another question here. Someone's asking, was there ever a time where you almost gave up?
Was there ever a time I almost gave up? That is a really nice question. So I've always had a passion in me about the environment, and I knew from the start, you know what, there are going to be people that are on my side, but at the same time, there's going to be a lot of people that are not going to be on my side. But I never wanted to give up because I knew that if it's a passion of yours, like we all know, never give up. It's a passion. Be fearless. Be free, don't be afraid. So honestly, there wasn't too much of a time where I wanted to give up. But then obviously things like at school when people didn't agree, it was a little bit hard for me, trying to get around all of that. But yeah, if you have a passion for something, definitely don't let it go. Don't give up, stay on the side, don't be afraid and try pushing forward with it.
I love it. You do not come across as a person that gives up easily, so that's good. I've got a question from Skern Park Academy, and they're wondering where you put the plastic you collect on your litter picks. It's a really good question.
That is a good one. So when I go on a litter pick, I have 2 bags with me. So one bag has like general waste, so like any general kind of waste that I find, but then also I take another bag with me. So if it's like a plastic bottle that I find, I put it in there. If it's like a piece of paper, a bit of tissue, I would put it in that bag. So we have like one bag full of recycling stuff, and then we have the other bag full of general waste. And then when I get home, the bag that is filled with the recycling stuff that I can recycle, like the plastic bottles and the paper bits, I would put that in my recycling bin, and then the general waste, I would just put it in a normal bin. But yeah, that is a really great question because not very many people know that you should have everything in like the same bag, but it is nice to kind of like keep it separate while you're doing it as well.
I've got a really silly question. What's the strangest thing you've ever found in a plastic pickup mission?
So the strangest thing I found, I've got this question quite a bit, but I went to one of my parks during lockdown, and quite close to one of my parks, there were like a few shops that were there. I ended up going on a litter pick, and I found like a shopping basket, and inside the shopping basket there were like 10 security boxes in there. So that was it was a little bit scary at first, like, whoa, what has this person done with this shopping basket and all of these security tags and these boxes. So the second I found it, I got it all in with me, and I went to the shop and returned it back, and it was honestly a fun experience, but it was very, very strange to find that it was tucked away right in the back of a bush, just to add that as well. So it was a little bit interesting.
I remember doing a litter pick on stand-up paddleboards in London a couple of years ago and finding a chair floating in the river, and that was probably one of the strangest things I've ever found in a plastic pickup. Okay, we're going to wrap it up shortly, but I would love to know your advice in terms of becoming a plastic clever school. So we're going to speak a little bit about that program because it's really, really useful for schools. It's a very well structured, organized program. There's 3 stages to it, aren't there? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the first stage is inspire. So right now you are kind of kicking off the inspire stage by, coming here, learning about, you know, just by being here, you're learning so much about the way, oceans and all of that. So that is kind of like the first stage. The second stage is the investigate stage. So when you're trying to get a little bit more in depth, try to learn a little bit more about it, try to figure out the actions, and the final step is the action stage. So when you have to act, go straight with it, try to um go on litter picks, that is definitely an action. Speaking to school, that is also an action. Making posters, also an action. So there are some really, really cool actions you can do. But yeah, the three main stages are inspire, investigate, and then act.
Amazing. Inaya, thank you so much. We've got more questions coming in, but we've got no more time. So thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have an amazing World Ocean Day. And if you want to learn more about what Inaya is doing, then have a look at Plastic Clever Schools online and you will find loads of incredible resources. Thanks so much, Inaya.
Thank you.
We're from the Marine Stewardship Council and we're based here at our headquarters in London. Our local blue space is the River Thames. I'm Eloise.
And I'm Kate.
The Marine Stewardship Council is an international charity that rewards and recognises efforts to help protect the ocean and ensure there's enough fish left in the sea for future generations.
It all starts in the ocean. It provides over half of the oxygen we need to breathe.
And it regulates our climate as well as being host to an extraordinary variety of life.
And, really importantly, it provides fish and jobs to hundreds of millions of people across the world.
You probably know how you prefer your fish, but do you know where it came from? Do you know how it got to that shop? Or that chef? Do you know how it was handled along the way? Or even how it was caught? It's fair to say that few of us are sure about the source of our seafood. But there's no need to worry, since we have a solution. Because you can choose responsibly caught fish that is handled with care and can be traced right back to a sustainable source by choosing fish with a little blue label. So, however you prefer your fish today, you now know there'll be fish for tomorrow. By choosing fish with the MSC label.
In this session, we're going to find out more about what sustainable fishing really means and how we can all help make a deal with the ocean to protect it. We'll think about who works to protect the ocean and the sorts of skills you might need if you want to have a blue job in the future too. We'll meet some of those people who protect the ocean through their work and find out more about what they do. So, let's get started.
Looking after the ocean starts with all of us. We can all make a deal to help protect the ocean, whether that's recycling plastic, choosing to buy sustainable seafood, or learning more about the ocean. The ocean sustains our whole planet, and yet its health is under threat from global warming and human activities such as overfishing.
We've learned that we have to look after the ocean if we want the ocean to look after us. All sorts of people and organisations look after the ocean.
When I say I'm going fishing, people get this immediate image. Oh, like I'm sitting on a boat with a fishing pole kind of thing. But nothing really can prepare you for what it's like until you get here. I don't really think there's anything like it. My name is Emily Taylor. I'm a 5th generation Alaska Native commercial fisherman. I fish commercially with my family every summer in Naknek, Alaska. My great-great-grandfather, he was a commercial fisherman, and now we are all fishermen as well. It's really cool because you can think about how this has been in your family for a long time. Not many people really get to say that, especially 5th generation. My crew specifically is my dad and I, and then my sister and our family friend Ty. You know, it's hard work. We base it off the tides, so we could fish all night, get 3 hours of sleep, and go back and go for another 6-8 hours. Picking the fish out of the net can take a bit to get the hang of. Your fingers hurt, your body hurts. Work really hard, do it again. You can tell you've had a really good day when you can't move your hands. Bristol Bay is such a special place. Our community relies very heavily on salmon. Without salmon, there would be no community. But if we interfere with that and that goes away, it's never really gonna come back again. I think sustainability is extremely important. I mean, without sustainability, we would lose everything. I think it's important that we have something like salmon to pass down to our future children and beyond. It's something that brings people together, and you can't replace that.
Jobs that involve the ocean are often called blue jobs. Why do you think that might be? What sort of blue jobs can you think of?
What blue job would suit you? Here's a question to get us started. Would you rather work out in the ocean, work in the science lab, or work in the office?
Make a note of it now.
We're going to have a look at 3 blue careers today: being a fisherman, working out in the ocean, being a scientist, working in a lab, or being a marketing manager, working in an office.
Whichever one you chose, write down some words to describe that job and some of the skills that you think that you might need for it, and share them with someone next to you.
Let's meet Tom. He's a fisherman and he's going to answer some questions about his job asked by young people.
Hello, my name's Thomas Pascoe and I'm a fisherman from Newton. Behind me you'll be able to see my boat PZ302. One of the most interesting parts of being a fisherman for me is being able to see all the wildlife we get to see while fishing. We don't actually use bait. The method of fishing that I do, we set our nets and wait for fish to swim into them. It is fascinating to see all the wildlife at sea. You don't know what each day will bring. Some days it'll be sunfish, tuna or dolphins. But one thing that does frustrate me is seals and the amount of damage they do to our nets and fish. It varies in time to get to the fishing grounds. It could be 10 minutes when catching mackerel and up to 2 or 3 hours when going to collect the nets, which we would catch spider crabs, rays and other fish in. My favourite marine animal would have to be a dolphin for how gracious and elegant they are when jumping alongside the boat. I don't fear anything at sea because I do what's required to keep me safe. Some of the most important skills to be a fisherman are hard work, determination and how to steer a boat. A good way to get into fishing is to do your safety courses and then find a fishing boat to gain experience.
So, what did you think about Tom's job? Was it what you expected? How does he help protect the ocean?
Up next, let's meet the scientist.
Hey, I'm Yaz. I'm a scientist and I study the teeny tiny microalgae known as diatoms. I want to figure out how they respond to their environment in the ocean. The most important discovery that I have made in my work is that science can be really challenging and sometimes really difficult, but when you persevere, it can become really fun and exciting, and you can find out loads of different things. The most important skills to be good at my job are problem solving, creativity, and communication. You can become a marine biologist through various different routes, but the most common is to get a degree in a biology or marine biology related topic and then to get some hands-on experience after. I'm really happy that I'm a marine biologist because I get to work towards understanding the ocean better and to be able to help understand it so we can look after it and protect it. I've never seen an octopus in the ocean. My job is mainly based in the lab, so I don't get to go out in the ocean or on boats as often, but I would love to see an octopus. My favourite marine animal is a ctenophore, or also known as a comb jelly. This is because they have these hair-like structures called cilia that help them swim in the ocean. I became a marine biologist because a lot of the ocean hasn't been discovered and there's so much that we still can learn about it. And especially, we don't know so much about the tiny microbes that live in the ocean systems. So that is what I do, and that's why I love my job. When I was younger, I didn't actually know that I wanted to be a marine biologist. I used to want to be a vet, and that's because I love all kinds of animals. The most interesting part of my job is that I get to spend time in a cool lab like this doing really fun experiments. The most dangerous part about my job is that sometimes I have to deal with harsh or toxic chemicals like these.
It's time for us to wrap up our live lesson now. But don't forget, you can make a deal with the ocean too to help protect it. What would you do?
We've learned if we take care of the fish in the ocean, their numbers will multiply and help keep the ocean healthy, will also help feed millions around the world. We've also learned that the ocean's biodiversity can be maintained if fishermen only catch what they need. There are many little things that we can do to help, but all these little things add up and make a big difference.
So, let's all make a deal to protect the ocean.
It starts with us.
Eloise will be answering your questions live on chat so you can find out what it's like to have a job that helps protect the ocean. So whether you want to know what her typical day is like, the sorts of skills she uses, or even what she studied at school, now's your chance. Just get your teacher to put your questions in the chat.
Hi, nice to see you, Eloise, Lauren. Happy World Ocean Day.
Happy World Ocean Day.
It's so nice for you guys to join us. We're really excited. We've got lots of questions for you. But maybe before we start, I would love to hear from both of you just a little bit more. I know we've kind of met Eloise in the lesson, so maybe we'll start with you, Lauren. Can you tell us a bit about your job at Marine Stewardship Council?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name's Loren Hiller. I work at the Marine Stewardship Council, and my role really is to try and increase the amount of sustainable seafood that there is in supermarkets and in restaurants across the UK. So what I want you to do is to choose the blue MSC label when you're out shopping with your parents or buying your fish and chip supper on a Friday, and make sure that what you're buying is sustainable.
Amazing. Eloise, remind us again what your job is at MSC.
Yes, I'm the digital marketing manager, so I work with Lauren in the UK team as well. So yeah, my job is around sort of storytelling, communication, and as Lauren says, making as many people as possible aware of the sort of issues of overfishing and also the solutions as well.
Okay, awesome. So one of the things that I loved about your lesson was that you highlighted lots of different types of jobs to help protect the ocean. And I think sometimes it can be really easy to assume that if you want to work in the ocean, you can only be a marine biologist or something like that. And so it's really cool to hear about other jobs. So I'd love to start with maybe Eloise. Why do you think your job particularly is important? Like, why is it good to have people in marketing and communications to help protect the ocean?
Well, yeah, essentially. So at the MSC, we have a mission to sort of stop overfishing, and that is a really big job. So, I'm sort of needed, and other marketing managers, to kind of help spread that message and awareness. And the more people are aware that overfishing is a serious issue, and also what the sort of, relatively simple solutions are as well, via, like I say, storytelling, communications, social media, things like that as well. We can reach far and wide essentially with that message.
Amazing. How about you, Lauren? Tell us why your job helps protect the ocean.
Well, that's a really good question, Lindsay. And, what I want to do is make sure that, we have access to lots of sustainable seafood, not only because it's really good for us, but because if we have enough fish left in the ocean, we can continue to fish indefinitely. And those fishermen and fisheries that rely on fishing as their job, they can keep doing that whilst we can keep enjoying our fish fingers.
Nice, amazing. Okay, so this is a question that came up in one of the previous Q&As, and I think it's an interesting one. So I'm going to ask you both to answer, actually. We'll start with you, Eloise. What's the most difficult part of your job?
Ooh, okay. So very good question. I guess the most difficult thing is trying to get everybody sort of together in the same boat. So at the MSC, it takes a lot of different people to kind of ensure the work we do. So, connecting partners, ambassadors, seafood shoppers, fishermen, NGOs, trying to get everybody around the same table or sort of around the same sort of Zoom call is definitely the most challenging. But once we do, we know that we can really make big change.
Yeah. How about you, Lauren?
For me, we're probably a bit different to Eloise, but just making sure that we have enough sustainable fish and seafood for our retailers to use, the supermarkets and restaurants. That's really important because they, fish and chip shops, for example, sell lots of fish on a Friday and the whole week. And what I want to make sure is that there is enough fish in the ocean that we can continue to sell. So that's a really big priority for me, and sometimes can be quite difficult.
I think this is a really good segue to ask a question about the blue tick, because some people might know what it is, some people might not. So Lauren, can you tell us a little bit, what is the blue tick? Why is it useful? Why should we be looking out for it?
Of course. So hopefully some of you watching might have already seen the blue fish tick or eco label on fish fingers or prawns or cans of tuna in the supermarket or perhaps in a restaurant. And what that means is that that fish or seafood product has come from a well-managed, sustainable fishery, i.e. there's lots of fish in the ocean, the impacts are well managed, and the fishery looks after the ocean. And it's a really simple, easy way for you to do your part in helping protect the oceans, because we know that when we take care of the ocean takes care of us, and that's really important.
I love that. Okay, so we need to look out for that blue tick. So a question's come in from North Hinksey Primary School. So Eloise, I'm going to throw this one at you. When you were young, did you like the ocean? And maybe tell us, if you did, what your connection to the ocean was like when you were younger.
I've always loved the ocean. It was one of the reasons I kind of wanted to work for the MSC as well. There's something about, the moment you sort of get down there, sunshine, holiday, winter, any time of the year, to be honest, just love being on the ocean. When I was little, we used to always go on holiday in Wales. So, my sort of first childhood memories really of being around the ocean were down in Pembrokeshire. We're going to Freshwater West Beach sort of, and having barbecues, whether it was raining or sunny. And we were always in the little rowboat. We were kind of getting out in the sea, kind of having a look, crabbing as well, kind of having a look at all the rock pools there. So, yeah, the ocean's been a really important part of my life. And I want it to always be there, which is why I take my job so seriously.
Amazing. Lauren, I would love to know where your favorite blue space is. I don't know whether it might be somewhere close to where you live, or it might be somewhere you've been on holiday. What would you say it is?
That is a very good question. And actually, looking at the lesson, you all met Tom from the Cornish sardine fishery down in New Lynn. Actually, that's one of my favourite blue spaces. I've been lucky enough to visit there multiple times. I've met some great fishermen. I've been on the boats, but I've also enjoyed fish and chips on the seafront. And when the sun is setting, the waves are coming in gently, I couldn't imagine anything better than that.
I love that. Okay, so I think one thing that would be really interesting to understand a little bit more about is tell us what overfishing is, why it's a problem, and obviously we know that from a consumer point of view, so when we're going to the shops, we can look out for the blue tick, but what else can we do to help stop overfishing? Sorry,
Sure.
That's lots of questions in one go, Lauren, but I'm sure you can handle
it. Our oceans are vitally important to us. They regulate our climate. They provide us with the oxygen we need to breathe. They're also home to a wide variety of life. So many different species, fish, animals in the ocean, but our oceans are under pressure. In fact, overfishing has increased over the last 30, 40 years, and that is concerning. But there is hope, and I don't want anyone to be too sad about that, because we know that when we fish sustainably, we can actually catch more fish and seafood. We can be more productive in the long term. And like I said, the easy thing for you guys watching, what you can do is simply choosing products with the blue MSC label, the blue fish tick, that you know that your fish has been sustainably sourced and you're having a positive impact on the environment. I'm not sure what's better than that.
Amazing. Another question from North Hinksey. Eloise, do you ever go fishing yourself? This is such a good question.
Oh, that is a good question. I actually haven't been in a long, long time, but I think, yeah, a few holiday trips I used to go, but never any, sort of more like commercial fishing. We do, as our UK team, go around to our fisheries quite often. We're quite fortunate in that, our job does mean that we get to travel and see all these amazing fisheries around the UK. We sometimes sort of get to go on their boats, but, sometimes they're out for a few hours at a time or fishing through the night. So it's not always as straightforward, but yeah, it's really fun, a really great day to get out on the boats.
Amazing. How about you, Lauren? Are you a fisher?
I wouldn't say I'm a professional fisher. I've enjoyed a bit of crabbing in the past, but I leave it to the experts. It's a very tough job being a fisherman or a fisherwoman, and they do it so well. And we should be so thankful for all the efforts they put in to safeguard our oceans and keep fish on our plates and in our sea forever.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so we haven't got that much time left, so just a couple more questions. I would love to know a little bit more about how you, this is for you, Eloise, like how you tell good stories about the ocean, because that's kind of your job. And like what inspires you to tell really good stories?
Well, I think we're super lucky that, we do work with the ocean, and it's such a magical place, and everybody, like I say earlier, has got sort of their own sort of memories and connections to the ocean of getting out to the coast or going on sort of family holidays, essentially. So I think the biggest thing that we've got to play with is through sort of photography, by video, and just sharing the most amazing images, the fishers when they're out on the water. So yeah, just sort of using essentially like visual representation, and then also sort of first-hand stories. So, like Lauren said, these fishers work really, really hard all throughout the year, and they've got the most amazing stories to tell. So it's really, we offer a platform essentially for them to sort of tell their story, when using kind of video and photography as well to sort of share that message.
Amazing. Lauren, tell me how did you get this job? Like, how did you end up doing what you do? Because it's a really interesting job.
Yeah, great question. I've always been fascinated by the oceans. When I was younger, used to love David Attenborough, sorry, and then Blue Planet, for example. I was always into sport, and everyone thought, am I going to be a PE teacher? But I was always fascinated by our oceans, and actually, like Yaz, our scientist that you met earlier, I did a degree in marine biology. Quite a while ago now, and I studied different things, everything from small little phytoplankton all the way up to big mammals and cetaceans. So my degree was quite varied, and then about 6 years ago, I applied for this role at the MSc. I had some hands-on experience prior to this, and I've been enjoying it ever since, and helping protect our oceans, work with retailers, restaurants, brands in helping source their fish. It's just great, and working with people like Eloise and our other great members of the team, it's a really fantastic place to work, and great to feel like I'm a part of a solution.
Amazing. Eloise, we don't have much time, but I want to hear your answer to that question. So how did you end up doing your job?
A very different route, and I guess this makes more sense than my previous answer about using sort of images and video. So when I was at uni, I studied photography. I really wanted to just sort of, tell different stories. I wanted to get out and see the world and photograph kind of what I saw. So essentially that's how I got into marketing. So I kind of did a photography degree, and then from there got more into sort of writing and sort of learning how, through the images I say and the words that I can write, I can actually really tell a much more powerful story. And then 2 years ago, kind of found myself knocking on the MSc door, and go from there.
Wow, that's so cool. Thank you so much both for joining us. I hope you have an amazing rest of your World Ocean Day. And if anyone wants to learn more about the MSc, you can go to our website, click on the lesson, and there's loads of really, really useful links. Thanks so much, Eloise and Lauren.
Thanks so much. Have a good Ocean Day.
Hi everyone and welcome to World Ocean Day for Schools 2023. My name's Anna, I'm here today with my colleague Eric and we both work at the Blue Marine Foundation. We are here today in the lovely labs at the Marine Science Institute of Portsmouth University.
Our labs here are at our local blue space. Just out of these windows here you can see the Solent.
So before we head out into the sunshine to our blue space, we'd like to tell you all a little bit more about the European native oyster, which is our special species of the day. They form a really important part of Blue Marine's Solent Oyster Restoration Project, and Eric is our expert on the project and he's going to tell you a few more fun facts about them.
Yeah, so our oysters here are a mollusk. Now that puts them in the same group of animals as a snail or a mussel or a limpet. So these oysters though are a bivalve mollusk, which means they have two shells. In between them is their soft body. So all of the mollusks, like snails, have a soft body with a hard shell, usually on the outside. Now in between those two shells is where we have our little gap that you can see in there, and that's where the oyster lives. So it sits between the two shells, and we used to have millions and millions and millions of these oysters all around the coastline of the whole of the UK. But unfortunately, they're now rather endangered and in need of our help. Unfortunately, our oysters have been overfished using destructive techniques over the last 100 years or so.
So this overfishing, I know that in the last 100 years we've got better and better at fishing, we've had more industrial methods. We basically are collecting too many oysters too quickly so that they can't thrive and grow. Is this the only thing that's causing the oysters to struggle, or is there more?
There is more to it. So in our local blue space, there's other invasive species and lots of pollution. This means that the oysters really struggle to thrive with these added stresses that are put onto them.
There is a lot of pollution here in the Solent, but these oysters here are one of our best friends in trying to tackle this. We've got a tank here with about 5 native oysters in, including one really big one. We're going to leave this experiment running all day so you can see just how amazing they are at filter feeding. The oysters suck in water using their 2 valves or shells. They then filter it through their gills, taking out the algae, which they use as food, and also taking out all of the pollution and chemicals that we have here. Hopefully by the end of the day, this tank will be completely clear. We're going to come back and show you at the end of the lesson.
So not only are we restoring these oysters here in the Solent to clean up our waters, but also to help bring back some biodiversity to the area.
And biodiversity is so important here in the Solent as it is around the world. So biodiversity just means the variety of living things. The more animals and plants you have, the more different types, the more biodiversity you tend to have. These oysters are fantastic for attracting biodiversity because they build a reef-like structure under the water. Hundreds or even thousands of them, when they're healthy, can group together and build this 3D reef with lots of nooks and crannies for other animals to hide in. They might be hiding from their predators or sneaking upon their prey, but this 3D structure is really, really important for other animals and biodiversity here in the Solent.
And with that, let's go and check out some of our oysters. right now we're standing on top of one of our hatches, Anna, and if you give me a hand on the other end, we can get this up so we can see what we've got underneath.
Some seaweed already.
Seaweed straight away. We've just taken one of our oyster cages out and we've pulled it up with our net, so hopefully we should have some little crawly, swimmy around things down there in the bottom. But what the oysters actually live in inside the cage is a plastic structure like that, so you can see how many we have, each with their own little house
like
on
an
the
oyster
inside.
hotel.
Yeah. And then we can get the net out and see what we've got in the bottom.
So you can see just here we've got what looks like a baby shore crab. And as we mentioned earlier, these oysters are really great for providing habitat for other species. So this crab was probably in here to hide away from its predators. As you can see, it's only very little, just hiding away there in the net. So this would be quite vulnerable to predators like bigger crustaceans or potentially fish. So it's hidden away within the oysters as a nice safe place.
Let's see if we've got any in the seaweed here. Here we go. So here's a small little gammarus species. Now this is like a woodlouse that lives in the sea is what you can think of it as. But you see it wriggling around there. So these are really good food for lots of juvenile fish species, really important species that you see on your plate quite a lot. So sea bass and all things that you'd eat for dinner. All of the juvenile baby versions of those fish will come and swim along and eat up these little gammarus, the little woodlouse things.
And this is their first check. We hadn't been to see these oysters yet, so we're glad to see that most of them are still alive. We won't see any growth yet for a few months or maybe even a few years, but they're looking good. They're looking pretty healthy. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the survival so far, because at this point when they are reproducing, that takes quite a lot of energy and uses up a lot of the oyster's reserves. So at this time of year they can be quite worn down or weakened by the fact that they've had to put all of that energy and effort into reproducing. So yeah, it's really encouraging that they're all doing so well. They all look very healthy and very clean.
Amazing. And how many cages like this are in this marina?
So just along this pontoon we have 15 different cages.
Wow.
Yeah, and each of them has 45 oysters in. So altogether we have thousands so far that we've restored, and we're looking to do even more with our actual reef locations as well as our cages.
And what happens once these oysters reproduce? Where do their larvae go?
So the oyster larvae, once they're floating around in the water in the solent, they'll then start looking for the right surface to settle on, because once these guys settle down, that's it, they've chosen their spot for life, so they won't move around once they're settled.
And as part of the wider environment, these oysters are obviously a very important part, but could you tell everyone watching today a little more about the Solent Seascape project and how you're integrating these oysters into something much, much bigger?
So we're putting all of these different habitats that we find in the Solent all back together, connecting them and hopefully being able to help each other. So the oysters can filter the water, that makes it cleaner for the seagrass, so the seagrass can grow better. So they all are interlinked, and our Seascape project is really looking to pull the best parts of these different habitats together to create a full, healthy, happy ecosystem again.
So we want the whole of the Solent Seascape to be back to where it once was. And one of the best things about that is that many of the habitats you've mentioned, so the salt marsh and the seagrass, and possibly the oysters, but we need to do a bit more research before we can be sure, are known as blue carbon habitats, which means that they're great for fighting against climate change.
Yeah, so they'll be drawing down carbon from the atmosphere through the water in the food they eat, and then locking it away in the shell as they grow. So that carbon that gets stored in the shell, once that stays on the seabed, will be locked away forever. So hopefully we can do a real bonus towards dealing with climate change with all of the different habitats that we're restoring.
Mm-hmm. And of course, many species as well need several of these habitats to survive. So there are lots of species, for example, a sea bass, which might need some seagrass at one point of its life cycle. It needs the open sea and others. There's lots of interconnectivity, and a lot of these species are very migratory. So they move around a lot throughout their life cycle and throughout the year. Everything really is interconnected.
It truly is, yeah.
That's why it's so important to see the Solent seascape as a whole system rather than looking at each element individually.
Wow, I mean, we've learned so much today, and let's see what our oysters have been up to whilst we've been out. I mean, look how much cleaner that water looks. Absolutely amazing.
They look brilliant, and you might be wondering how you could get involved in the rewilding and restoration of your sea. First of all, we want you to write to your MP. Tell them what you want for your blue space. Secondly, you could come and volunteer with us down at the Solent Oyster Restoration Project or another citizen science project near you. We also want you to read more, watch more, be curious about your blue space. And last but not least, remember to tell your friends and family about the humble native oyster, the secret superhero of the sea.
Hi, Anna and Eric. So nice to see you both. Happy World Ocean Day.
Hello, thanks for having us.
I think before we get started, so thank you so much for joining us, but I think it'd be lovely to hear a little bit more. I know we learned in the lesson a little bit about both of your jobs, but maybe you can introduce yourselves, tell us what you do at Blue Marine, and what like an average day looks like for you. So maybe we'll kick off with Anna.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Lindsay. So as you know from the live lesson, everyone, my name's Anna. I'm the Education and Outreach Officer here at Blue Marine. I'm currently here in our offices. It's pretty quiet today, which is nice. My typical day would consist of talking to teachers, talking to students, creating resources which go out into schools and teach children about the ocean online. So it's pretty varied, lots of fun. And over to Eric to tell you about his job.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm Eric as well, and so I'm the Solent Project Officer, which means I'm responsible for keeping on top of all of the project work that we have going on across the whole Solent area. So our oyster restoration, our seagrass work, and salt marsh, all of the different habitats that we're restoring in the Solent. But my main focus is on the oysters, so the cages that you saw in the video, maintaining those, going out and checking the survival rate, and yeah, bits and pieces like that. I was actually out earlier today on the River Hamble, where you saw in the video, taking some grab samples of a couple of our reef locations that we've got down there.
Amazing. So you guys are both very lucky. You get to spend lots of time in and around the water as part of your jobs. So we have a bunch of really interesting questions for you. I'm going to start with you, Eric. Should we stop eating oysters? What's the deal? You're the oyster expert. Let us know.
Yeah, so, well, it's a bit unfortunate really, because the native oyster, there's so few of them. There's only a handful of fishers and growers around the United Kingdom who still actually work with the native oyster. So most of the ones that you'll see in restaurants or in the supermarket, fishmongers, will be the Pacific oyster, which is a species that has come over from the Pacific Ocean. It was introduced a long time ago, back in the sort of 1920s. And yeah, they're a bit faster growing, that species. So they tend to be used these days instead of the natives. But in terms, and those ones are absolutely fine to eat. Go for it, as many as those as you like. And it's the same thing with the natives, really, because there are so few producers still around. All of the producers have to work sustainably to keep those oysters there. So most of the native oysters that you can get your hands on are usually sustainably fished. But if you're ever in any doubt, then you can always use the Marine Stewardship Council. They have a good fish guide. So in there, you can always check what you're going to be eating, where it's come from, if it's been sustainably fished. So,
Amazing. We learned about the blue
still eat
too.
them. Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Helps support those local oyster growers as well in the UK that do still work with the natives. So yeah, it's important to still be supporting those fishers. Yeah.
Amazing. Anna, I'm going to ask you a next question. So this is quite a big question. How do you go about restoring a whole seascape? Because that was one of the things you guys talked about in your lesson. It's not about just one little element or one part. It's about the whole space. So how do you even begin to think about that?
Yeah, it's a big task, Lindsay, definitely. And Eric does a lot of this in his day-to-day job. So the most important thing to remember, and we mentioned this a lot in our live lesson, is that all of these systems are completely interconnected. So it doesn't really make much sense to think of oyster restoration, seagrass restoration, salt marsh restoration as each being separate. The way that we can do the best thing for our seas is to work with them together. So what Eric and the team down in the Solent do is they start by creating the habitat that these species need. So this might involve putting gravel and shells and different substrates onto the seafloor, because a lot of these species have nowhere to grow. So the first step is kind of restoring the physical habitat that these animals and plants need. And then the next step is introducing the animals and plants themselves. So obviously the oysters, or it might be the seagrass or the salt marsh. And then the third step, which is also very important, is making sure that once you've done all this, you've put all this effort in, you've probably moved tons of gravel and shells around the country, you need to make sure that that space stays protected. So you need to work with local communities, local fishers, everyone in the area who's using the sea, and make sure that they are all on board and helping to support the protection of the seascape.
Yeah, that's really interesting. We've had a question in from North Hinksey Primary School. Oyster. I'm going to give this one to you, Eric, because it's an oyster question. What is the biggest oyster that you have ever seen?
Oh, right. Well, the biggest native oyster that I've ever seen is one that we actually have where I am currently in the Institute of Marine Science in Portsmouth. And this oyster is about as big as my head. It's absolutely enormous. Yeah, so it's about that round, and it's maybe a good sort of 10, 15 centimeters thick. It's an absolute whopper. And this one we have in the oyster hatchery, where we produce our own oyster larvae, which we can then use to settle onto the native oyster reefs that we create. So the bigger the oyster, the more larvae it can produce. So this massive one that we have here is pumping out millions every year, millions of oyster larvae. So yeah,
here's my question for you.
Giant.
This is really, really important, Eric. Does that oyster have a name?
Oh, it's sort of known amongst the team as the grandma oyster, oyster grandma. Yeah, because it's so big, it must be fairly old, and we can also be fairly certain that the oyster is a female because it is so large. So when the oysters are smaller, they all change between male and female. They can do that, and generally as they get bigger and older, they tend to stay more female. So yeah, grandma oyster.
Grandma
it's
oyster.
About the size of my head. Yeah.
I love that. Anna, if someone is watching this right now and they're like, "This sounds amazing, but I'm not in the Solent. How do I still support oysters, and just generally, like, how do I support the conservation of my local seascape?"
Yeah, good question. Luckily there's lots we can do. Everyone who's watching this today, every child, adult, whoever you are in the country can make a really big difference. So when it comes to the oysters specifically, one thing I say is keep your eyes peeled for them. I'm sure if you see them somewhere, Eric would love to know. You could contact Blue Marine and let us know, because they are so rare. It's fantastic for us to get an idea of where these oysters are around the country. And you never know, it might be the place that we choose to do our next restoration project. So it could be really important data. You can also volunteer. So we mentioned this just at the end of our live lesson. You can head down to the Solent or to another program around the country. If you look online and Google citizen science programs in the UK or France or Australia, wherever you are, you should be able to find some local volunteering opportunities. So that's really good fun, as well as helping out. And then as well, just help keep our seas clean, something you'll have heard a lot about today and hopefully you'll be thinking about already. But even though the oysters do us this huge favor, they do clean our seas, we need to help them out as well. So we need to make sure we're recycling properly, reducing our waste, taking all the action we can to keep the sea as healthy a place as it can be.
Amazing, thank you. One last question, I think. Eric, I've got a question here. Do you research or rewild any other species or only oysters?
So as I mentioned earlier, my main work is with the native oyster, but this is all part of a larger seascape project that we have currently. So that involves oysters and seagrass meadows, salt marshes, seabird nesting sites as well. So we work with all of these different habitats because, as Anna mentioned, they're all connected. So the filtration of the oyster, like we mentioned in the video, helps clean the water. That means that the seagrass can get more light, so it can grow taller and more dense, and then that's going to help support the all of the little juvenile fish and different species that will use both of those habitats. They're then connected together. So if we have all of the restored habitats in sort of close together, all next to each other, then that's what's really going to boost them all. So we work with there's sort of two main seagrass species around the UK. The native oyster species, and then in a salt marsh there are absolutely loads of different species that we work with. It's a real broad mix. So there's lots going on, but my main focus is Ostrea aegilis, the native oyster.
Amazing. I'm going to try and squeeze one last question in, but I want both of you to answer it. So I'll start with you, Anna. We've talked today in a lot of these Q&As, we've spoken to so many amazing ocean advocates who do really, really different jobs. So marine scientists, communicators, educators, that sort of thing. I would love to know how you ended up doing the job that you do. So Anna, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so my route went from loving biology at school. It was always my favorite subject, wanted to learn about the ocean and the world and everything in it. I then studied biology at university and focused on marine biology. I then worked as a teacher for a bit. So I taught at a forest school. I don't know if anyone watching went to a forest school or a forest nursery, but it's so much fun. I loved that job. But sadly, it didn't involve going to the ocean. So that's when I decided to come and work at Blue Marine, which means I get to work with children. I get to educate people, which I love, but I also get to work in the ocean space a lot, which is perfect for me.
Sounds like a perfect combination. How about you, Eric? How did you end up doing what you're doing?
Yeah, so for me, fairly similar to Anna, I was just fascinated by everything that lived in the sea. I thought there's so much there that's amazing and so much that we don't know. So that's what really drew me to it in the first place. And so I went on to university and I did a marine biology degree as well. And then my first sort of involvement in this work was with Blue Marine Foundation. So I did some volunteering that was happening down here in the Solent, and I enjoyed that volunteer work so much. I just sort of pursued it, looked to see if there was any more, and that meant that I then got really into the research side of science. So I then had a job for a while working for the University of Portsmouth doing some research, and that sort of has led me into this new role where I'm sort of managing and organising all of the restoration work that's going on in the Solent.
Well, it's super inspiring, the work that you guys are doing. So thank you for everything and thank you for sharing it with us today. We are wrapping up our live stream. So this was our last lesson. So I want to say so much thanks to everyone for joining us. I hope you had a really, really fun day. There's still loads going on. We're just about to share all our Wavemaker films. They'll be on our website shortly. And we've got a whole load of incredible ocean shorts that will also be on our website for you guys to watch. Anna and Eric, thank you. How are you guys going to spend the rest of your World Ocean Day?
I'm going to get out in the sun and use our new AR filter. So on Instagram, Blue Marine have made a filter where you can see a whale wherever you are. So I'm going to go and test that out.
Amazing. How about you, Eric?
So yeah, if Anna's walking with whales, I might be swimming with whales. I got quite muddy earlier doing that work down the River Hamble, so I think I'm going to go for a dip, get myself in that cold
Amazing.
sea. Yeah, see if I can see any
Nice.
whales.
Well, thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day. And thank you everyone for joining us at World Ocean Day for Schools.